Honorable members, honorables députés, may I have your attention, please? Puis-je avoir votre attention, s'il vous plaît?
May I have your attention, please?
That a communication has been received as follows. November 17th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I am commanded to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to open the first session of the 44th Parliament of Canada at 1 p.m. on Monday, the 22nd of November, 2021. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une
I have the honor of informing the Chamber that a communication has been received on November 17th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable as replacement for the Governor-General of Canada will arrive at the Senate of Canada at 1 p.m. on Monday, November 22nd, 2021, to open the first sitting of the 44th Parliament of Canada. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan.
A message from the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor-General. Un message de très honorable suppléant de Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale.
Mr. Clerk, a message from the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor-General. Monsieur le Greffier, un message de très honorable.
A message from the Right Honourable Deputy for the Governor-General. Admit the messenger.
Honourable members of the House of Commons, it is the desire of the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor-General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the Chamber of the Senate. Honourable membres de la Chambre des Communes.
Honourable members of the House of Commons, it is the desire of the Right Honourable Deputy of Her Excellency the Governor-General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the Senate chamber.
Pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for Bon Secours Nicolet Sorel, to take the chair as the member presiding over the election of the Speaker. Conformément à l'article 3.
Pursuant to Standing Order 3, I invite Mr. Plamondon, member for Bécancour Nicolet Sorel, to take the chair as the member presiding over the election of the Speaker.
Je peux enlever cela? Je peux l'enlever? Alors, salutations à tout le monde.
Greetings, everyone.
Happy to be with you today. C'est la 12e.
This is the 12th consecutive election where I've been elected, and the 5th time that I've had the honor of being here as dean. You know, before the election, a journalist asked me, "Did you really think it through before running for election?" And I said, yes, I did think it through. And I realized that Joe Biden was as old as I was. So if he could run the U.S., I should be able to manage a riding.
Après l'élection.
After the election, the same journalist asked me if this would be my last election. And after thinking it through, I answered, I won't do more than 2 or 3 more. You know, at the entrance earlier, oh, and by the way, I want to apologize. I'm only speaking in French for now. If I were to speak in English, I think that you would probably still need the service of an interpreter. So, I'll be saying a few words in English later. But for now, there was a member who spoke to me earlier and who said, how do you manage to stay in shape and do your work at your age and to do your work with such determination and so on? I said, well, I'll give you 3 pieces of advice. First of all, eat what you don't want to eat, drink what you don't want to drink, and do the exercise that you don't want to do. All right, let's get started. Moving on to serious things.
Received by email last night the list of candidates for the speakership. The list of members who have withdrawn and the list of members who are eligible as candidates. These lists are also available to the table and are comments if members wish to consult them before the vote.
Before we begin, I want to invite any member whose name is on the list of candidates but who does not want to stand for election to rise and inform the chair accordingly.
Il y en a pas?
Seeing none. The honourable member?
Retiré?
Would you like to withdraw?
Oh, no.
No. Conformément à l'article 3.
Pursuant to Standing Order 3.1, the House must now proceed to the speeches from each candidate for the speakership. So please listen to their speeches with great attention. Notwithstanding any standing order or any usual procedure and practice adopted by this House,
And to help new members to identify the candidates for the office of Speaker, I will recognize in alphabetical order each candidate by name and by the name of their electoral district.
Candidate to address the House completes his or speech. I will leave the chair for 30 minutes, after which members will proceed to the election of the Speaker. Celle-là? OK. On commence là?
Juste le premier.
OK. J'invite...
I will now call upon Mr. Mark Dalton, the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Monsieur le député.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues.
Tansi, it's great to be with all of you here today. Premièrement, j'aimerais féliciter.
First of all, I would like to thank each of you on your election during the election in September. It's a great honor for me to be able to work here in the Parliament of Canada and to be able to work with you, regardless of your political party.
Here on your election to Parliament, especially the 49 newly elected members of Parliament. I want to take a moment to thank the residents of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge for re-electing me and giving me the privilege and responsibility to be their voice in our nation's capital. Members, as I speak, British Columbia is in a state of emergency. Much of our infrastructure has collapsed. Critical transportation links to the Lower Mainland have been cut off. Lives have been lost. Communities are isolated. Gas is being rationed, and shelves in many places are bare. I am confident that as we begin this new Parliament, all members of this House will want to work together to help British Columbia get back on its feet. Members, I'm a teacher by profession. One of the first times I came to Ottawa was for the Teachers Institute of Parliamentary Democracy, which was actually started by a previous speaker. Here, teachers come from across Canada to get a behind-the-scenes look at what happens here in Parliament, meeting with MPs, senators, media, clerks. J'étais vraiment impressionné par cette expérience.
I was deeply impressed by that experience. And that is what inspired me to become an MP. I began as an MNA in BC.
One of the responsibilities I had was Deputy Chair Committee of the Whole, which is the equivalent of Assistant Deputy Speaker, providing me valuable experience for the speakership. Colleagues, I was raised in a Royal Canadian Air Force family, born in Germany, and grew up on bases across Canada. Chibougamau et Valcartier in Quebec, Beaver Lodge in Red Deer, Alberta, Clinton, Ontario, Vancouver Island. I've been to every province and 2 of the territories. I also served as a communications reservist in the Canadian Armed Forces. I love our country. I'm dedicated to the nation of Canada. Members, I'm Métis on my father's side. My Indigenous ancestry is deeply meaningful to me. I'm a member of Métis Nation BC and locally of Golden Ears Métis Society. There are about 2 million First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in Canada. This has been a year of grieving for Indigenous peoples as we become more aware of the abuses of the Indian residential schools. I have aunts and uncles who attended these schools as day students. As Speaker, I would seek ways to honor our Indigenous peoples and look for opportunities to advance reconciliation within Parliament. Collègues, sur la côté de ma mère, je suis...
Colleagues, on my mother's side, I am a Baudouin. Our roots go back to the very beginning of New France. As one of the first families in Quebec and Canada, I care greatly about my Francophone side. When I was an MLA, I represented British Columbia at the Francophonie Parliamentary Assembly. Before the election, I was on the Official Languages Committee. I understand the desire to protect the French language. As Speaker, I would support the rights and privilege of communicating in French.
There are some very important issues facing us that will soon be before the Speaker. I was troubled by recent reports about the toxic workplace and lack of impartiality in the office of the clerk. Firstly, everyone deserves a safe, respectful, fair, and functional workplace. This is the pinnacle of workplaces, and thus we must uphold the highest standards as example. Secondly, all members deserve a speaker and clerk that act on complete impartiality. These matters need swift, thorough, and transparent investigations. If elected Speaker, I will have an open door policy and look for ways to connect with all members. I view the role of the Speaker as the opportunity to serve members, not to be dictatorial or prescriptive, but to protect the rights and privileges of members of Parliament. The Speakership is an extremely important position in our parliamentary democracy and for upholding our liberties. I salute the excellent candidates who are vying to be Speaker today. I would be deeply honored to be your first choice. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. Thank you.
Avant de passer au deuxième candidat, vous me permettez.
Before moving to the second candidate, I would just like to say that I forgot to greet my family from this prestigious chair, to greet my family, my partner of 27 years, who is currently fighting cancer, but who I'm grateful to say is continuing to fight against the disease, and I hope that you will share with me my best wishes for her recovery.
J'invite maintenant Chris d'Entremont, l'honorable.
I would now like to invite Chris d'Entremont, the honorable member for West Nova.
It's an honor for me to stand before you today to address my candidacy for Speaker of the House of Commons in this 44th Parliament. But first, let me take a moment to sincerely congratulate each and every one of you for being elected or re-elected to represent your constituents in the House of Commons. It will be truly an honor and a privilege to serve with you all. À mes concitoyens et concitoyennes de Nova West, je tiens à remercier.
To my constituents in West Nova, I want to thank you once again for placing your trust in me to represent you in Ottawa. It is an honor and a privilege for me to represent you here in this House. For my colleagues who do not know me personally, I am a proud Acadian from Paramba, the oldest remaining Acadian region in Nova Scotia. My family has lived there since 1653. My father was a fisherman all his life, and my mother took care of my two brothers and me. I am the eldest of three. I am married to my high school sweetheart, Anne, and we have two sons, Andre and Alec, of whom we are very proud.
Be your Speaker because I strongly believe that I have the ability and the experience to assist you in the discharge of your responsibility to Canadians. Before being elected as Member of Parliament to West Nova in 2019, I was an MLA in Nova Scotia for 16 years, where I served as Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Minister of Acadian and Francophone Affairs, Minister of Health, and then Opposition House Leader for close to 10 years. Depuis mon arrivée à la Chambre des communes, j'ai eu la chance de connaître plusieurs d'entre vous.
Since coming to the House of Commons, I have been fortunate to know many of you, colleagues in all parties, and I have enjoyed working with you in the House and during all-party committee work. I'm confident, therefore, that I will be able to carry out my duties as Speaker in order to preserve the powers and privileges of this House, and also to uphold and respect the views and the right to speak of each and every one of you.
Do know me will know that I have a very calm French-Acadian demeanor, and I work well with others. In fact, these are traits that are strongly tied to my Acadian roots, where we, as Nova Scotian Acadians, learned once returning home from exile to remain calm, non-confrontational, and continuously strive for consensus no matter the situation we find ourselves in. As an elected official, I continue to embody these traits in my daily work, to be a good listener and peacekeeper. And I know that they guide me in the way that I treat my constituents, my colleagues, and staff. The last Parliament was undoubtedly a difficult one, given the unprecedented health crisis we have been traveling through, but also due to the many revelations about the difficult work environment emerging at the center of our democratic system. For me, it was coming clearer day by day that our institution may be in trouble, and for this reason, I did not want to sit on the sidelines. These issues concern all of us and should in no way be tinged with partisanship, and I believe that I can lead an all-party approach and put my skill, ability, and experience to work to prevent these issues from escalating, and more importantly, to turn the tide by seriously reviewing and resolving the issues before us. En tant qu'élu de cette Chambre, c'est notre devoir de nous assurer que le santé.
As elected members of this House, it is our duty to ensure that the health of our democracy is preserved and respected at all times. We must ensure that we elect a Speaker who is its guardian and who will be uncompromising in the face of partisan influence. The Speaker has the responsibility and the privilege of leading by example at all times, a task I want to carry out for the best possible functioning of our institution.
Past election to elect another minority government and are expecting all of us to work together. And as a member of Parliament, I've respected that and will continue to do so, and will strongly collaborate with all of my colleagues and make sure that this 44th Parliament is focused on the needs of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Honourable colleagues, I pledge to be a servant of the House to enable you to navigate the House of Commons in a safe and most effective way possible, to ensure that your rights and privileges as members of the House of Commons are protected at all times. And I want to ensure that the work and values of this chamber reflect the expectations Canadians have for the institution that is at the centre of our democracy. And above all, I want to ensure that each one of you can confidently look back at the end of this parliamentary session and proudly say that it was productive and positive. Canadians have sacrificed a lot during the last 2 years. They want and deserve an efficient Parliament, and I know that all members want that too. Colleagues, I humbly ask for your vote today, and thank you for your attention and trust. Merci beaucoup.
I will now call upon Monsieur Joël Godin, the Honourable Member of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président d'élection. Thank you for the opportunity to address my colleagues this afternoon. Laissez-moi commencer par féliciter tous les députés de cette Chambre.
I'd like to start by congratulating all the elected members here. You won. Congratulations. To all those who are new members of Parliament, please be assured that I am completely available to help you in your new role. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. They have granted me a third mandate. Thank you. Now, I would like to highlight the fact that the MP for Bécancour is the elected official with the greatest numbers of years in this House, with a 12th consecutive mandate. That is very noteworthy, and I would like to congratulate you. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the Speaker of the 43rd Parliament. He did excellent work during the pandemic when the situation was unpredictable. He met the challenges caused by the health crisis. Thank you as well.
Be voting to choose the Speaker of the House. For our new colleagues, today will be your first vote. We must select someone we can trust to accompany us over the course of our mandate. It's important to choose someone committed every day to having our rights and parliamentary privileges respected as they should. Someone who will let us to do our work to improve the life of all Canadian citizens. Avec notre expérience de la COVID-19,
With our experience of COVID-19, our institution must now ensure that we have the means, such as technology, to adapt quickly. We must provide ourselves the means to continue to do our work properly while maintaining our effectiveness. We must be sure that our institution maintains good practices while recognizing that we can always improve our ways of doing things. We can and we should improve.
Should become better. La sélection de notre président de la Chambre des communes.
The selection of the Speaker of the House of Commons should not be driven by political allegiance. It should be based on the ability to plan, manage, and create a functional vision for our Assembly. Our Speaker must be someone who possesses qualities such as fairness, honesty, respect, and an ability to adapt by interpreting our rules while also respecting the rights of all parliamentarians. He or she must protect current best practices and also look elsewhere to help us improve them.
I am the right person to fulfill this role. Je veux devenir votre président.
I want to be your Speaker here in the House of Commons. This is not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. I have thought it out extensively over several years.
I will work with each of you to maintain the decorum of our institution. Je vais prêcher par l'exemple en écoutant les...
I will lead by example by listening closely to the exchanges in this chamber, and I will invite each of you to do the same, so that each member of the Assembly is heard.
Responsibility for making decisions based on the existing rules and will be inspired by jurisprudence. We're respecting the rights of each member. Et comme président de la Chambre des communes, je mettrai en...
And as Speaker of the House of Commons, I will implement a zero-tolerance policy for any lack of respect between colleagues, employees, or any other person in connection with a member of this Parliament. I would like to remind you that we must have the best technological tools to enable us to increase our efficiency.
So we can be ready to face the next crisis. We must implement mechanisms that respect and protect our members of Parliament. Et enfin, nous devons...
And finally, we must strengthen respect for the two official languages of our country, English and French. And it is here in the House of Commons that this must begin.
I would like to thank you in advance for your support. En terminant, je veux vous dire...
In closing, I would like to thank you in advance for your support. I look forward to working with each of you. Thank you.
I will now call upon Mrs. Carol Hugh, the Honourable Member of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, to address the House for 5 minutes.
Merci, thank you. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And if members would indulge me, I would also like to send a message of condolences and healing thoughts to the community of Constance Lake First Nation who are struggling with multiple confirmed and suspected cases of blastomycosis, which has led to a growing number of hospitalizations, the loss of community members, and a search for answers about the source of exposure. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie de m'avoir donné l'occasion de m'adresser à...
I am grateful for the opportunity to speak before you today, and I'm very pleased to be back in the House, thanks to the people of Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing. Once again, they entrusted me with the responsibility to keep working for them and with all of you to build a better Canada. It is in that spirit that I would offer each one of you my sincere congratulations for having been elected to this Parliament. I'm very pleased to see a number of familiar faces, and I'm looking forward to getting to know the newly elected MPs
I am confident that you will benefit from the experience of your colleagues, not only in your party's caucus, but throughout Parliament, in the same way I did when I was new to this place. And that was for 13 years ago. Since first being elected, I have served on several committees, and in the last two parliaments, I have served as Assistant Deputy Speaker, where I have gained much experience within that role, and believe that, with your support, I would be able to fulfill the position of Speaker. In my time in the chair, I have overseen numerous scenarios, including some challenging moments. Some of my decisions even resulted in New Democrats across the country questioning my loyalties to the party, which I took as a feather in my cap. I feel this speaks to my ability to be fair and steadfast in the position. This is why, when I wrote to you recently, I stressed that I am fair, open-minded, and impartial. And more than that, I am hopeful. I understand, as most of you do, that there is more that ties us together than divides us. Even in this institution, which is built around the notion of division of opinion, circumstances can be shared across party lines as easy as within them. I believe that it is time for us to identify more commonalities, even as we discuss big, potential divisive issues. We can all see that discourse has been strained throughout society and that civility is more elusive than ever. It is important for us to consider that and act accordingly if we are to lead. I make that point since the common narrative outside of Parliament is that this place doesn't work or is dysfunctional in some way. While many of us might provide an eloquent defense as to why that isn't always the case, the fact is the perception exists, is widespread, and has only grown in recent years. Part of that may be sensationalism, but the narrative is persistent enough that we are best served to take it seriously and do our best to rehabilitate this institution's reputation. One way that can occur is to change the habits of this place, and I would argue that selecting a speaker from outside the traditional governing parties is an important step in that direction. It would send the message that the desire for change is being matched with action.
I would also say that electing a woman as Speaker is a huge step in that direction. As I look around this chamber, I'm encouraged to see many young faces. I think it's important that Parliament represents a broad cross-section of our population, and the enthusiasm and energy of young people is a big part of that. What I find incredible is that so many of you have never seen a woman in the role of Speaker in this House. It has been 37 years since Jeanne Sauvé completed her historic term as Speaker, and with each Parliament, her achievement fades into the history as the glass ceiling is re-established. Do we have to wait any longer?
Will we want to wait again? As so much of society changes to value the roles and contributions of women, will Parliament remain an old boys' club? If so, is that why little seems to change in a positive direction with respect to the institution's reputation among Canadians? Ultimately, I do think it is important that Parliament elect a woman Speaker so that young women can see themselves represented in our work in another meaningful way. I believe it might help to lower the temperature during impassioned moments of debate, but I would also add that I am personally more than prepared for the to and fro heated debate, having come from the labour movement, where I have extensive experience helping resolve disputes in an elbows-up environment. In closing, I would remind you that Canadians are looking to us to make Parliament work in a way that will deliver results to them. I believe that choosing a Speaker from a smaller party sends a clear signal that we are prepared to do things differently and would serve as a symbol of the kind of cooperation we can be capable of and should strive for. This is why I'm asking you for your support. C'est pourquoi je demande pour votre appui.
This is why I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
I will now call upon Ms. Elizabeth May, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Island, to address the House for 5 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you very much for the honor of speaking today.
Acknowledging that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin peoples and Anishinaabe Nation. Et aussi, je veux dire, comme tous mes...
Also, I'd like to say, like all my colleagues have already said, congratulations to everyone, the members that have just been elected for the first time, and also to those who have been re-elected. It's a great honor for everyone. And also, I would like to say that this is a community here, a small village, a small political village. And that is why we have to work together in a respectful manner.
And we work together, I think, quite well. I agree with some of the comments my other colleagues have made. I want to start also by thanking the constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands for extraordinary generosity and support, and that I take my place here after a fourth election. It's extraordinary. But I also want to share, as my honourable colleague did earlier, what we've been through in British Columbia recently. I see my friends, they're so far away, but the honourable member for Abbotsford, member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, and my friend from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. Those are the ridings that have taken the biggest wallop. Those are the ridings where our heart breaks, where people have lost their farms, people are still missing. Yes, we have to work together, and we have to do it better. Condolences to everyone touched by the tragedies. Thank you. I also want to thank, je veux dire un grand merci.
I would like to warmly thank the member from Temiskaming. I'm absolutely confident in her abilities. Rather, he did a very excellent job after the pandemic.
Member for Nipissing Temiskaming would have my vote if I wasn't running, and may have my vote anyway, because I don't stand here to ask you for your vote, but for your attention. Because this Parliament has suffered for many decades from a mistake that was made in 1980 when the wonderful Speaker of the House, Jean Sauvé, the Right Honourable Jean Sauvé, said she couldn't really see across the chamber well enough to know who was rising to speak. And so, a simple favor, she said, would the party whips prepare a list for me? And then I could follow that. Did you know that we are the only parliament in the Westminster parliamentary system of dozens of countries around the world where the Speaker has voluntarily given authority over to backroom political people? Every one of you had your face in front of the voters. Every one of you answered questions to electors. And yet the running of this House is increasingly threatened by backroom political people who make key decisions about our day-to-day lives.
In my opinion, our parliamentary democratic system is well served by political parties.
Complained of this in the past, and I think of our friend, the late Mark Warra, Member of Parliament for Cloverdale, Aldergrove, when he was denied the right to make a 60-second statement under Standing Order 31 by his party whip, who said, you can't say those things. He was brave enough to complain of it to our friend who was Speaker at the time, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel. And the decision of the Speaker at that time was that it would be a violation if a party whip stopped someone from speaking. But the Speaker, the Honourable Member from Regina Capel, said no, he didn't attempt to pursue his rights. He did not stand to attempt to catch the Speaker's eye. Now, that confirms for current speakers, whoever takes the chair in this place to become Speaker, I beg us all to support that Speaker in regaining the authorities and powers that a Speaker must have, just as in the Parliament of Westminster last week, if you were watching, a beautiful thing to see, Sir Lindsay Hoyle took the Prime Minister of the UK, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson, apart limb from limb for breaking the rules of the House. And the Speaker said to the Prime Minister, I am in charge in this place, and you are not following our rules. In this,
finally, in conclusion, I'd simply like to say that democracy is something sacred. We have to protect the rights of small parties and other individuals who are members. This is the objective of the Speaker and the duty of the Speaker.
Challenges ahead of us in this minority parliament, the changement climatique,
climate change, the pandemic. We have to work together with the Speaker to protect our rights. Thank you. I will now call upon Ms. Alexandra Mendez, the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, and dear colleagues, allow me to refer to your status as Dean, Mr. Speaker. Since these admirable 37 years of uninterrupted parliamentary life also correspond to your number of years, considerable, let's admit it, since a woman has occupied the Speaker's position. You may agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that this has been a long time. But more than the evidence of my gender, I would also like to bring to this office a vision of the House that is unique to me. I'm not here in opposition to anyone. I'm here because I have certain beliefs that I feel will bring another way of approaching our responsibilities as parliamentarians. There are 338 members out of 38 million citizens of Canada who have been chosen to legislate their present and now more than ever their future. I am well aware of the incredible honour bestowed upon me by my fellow citizens of Brossard-Saint-Lambert, as much as I am aware of the responsibility that has been entailed to me since I was first elected.
Responsibilities include and depend on the constant quest for truthfulness and common good. But as we start this 44th Parliament since Confederation, after close to 2 years of a public health emergency that changed so much of what we took for granted, I also believe that one of our responsibilities is to find joy in the work we do, loving what we do, this place where we do it, and the people that help us do it, for me, are fundamental aspects of a successful parliamentary life. I associate some of the more meaningful hours I've experienced in this House with debates where members strove to find shared goals, from emergency legislation to support and sustain Canadians through the pandemic, from reconciliation to the right to repair, from climate change to the Uyghur genocide. The 43rd Parliament did allow us to engage in lively and constructive debates. It can't and shouldn't be all about insults and accusations, about gotcha moments and questionable statements.
What I take away from these occasions is that we are definitely able to rise above partisan politics when the occasion arises, but also that the humor of some colleagues adds a je ne sais quoi of spice to conversations that can sometimes be dry or overly technical. Our ability to find the right word is an art that I admire, and that so many of you, dear colleagues, use with great brio. In addition to respect for others and the most basic standards of politeness, this art of oratory is exactly what our debates should always be like, because first and foremost, we are here to make good laws. While recognizing the essential work that we do in our constituencies, our primary function is that of legislators. This role involves a collective effort to make our deliberations courteous, especially when there is dissent.
To account is the essential element of parliamentary democracy. No government is immune from the necessary scrutiny of its proposed legislation and its management of the public accounts. But Canadians have told us time and time again that they expect us to do this with far more civility than they see in this place most days. It is often said that teachers feel a certain dread when either bringing students to Parliament or showing them snippets of parliamentary debate. That our behavior in this House is so abhorrent that the message it sends to students is exactly the opposite of what teachers would like to convey. I'll go a step further. Sometimes, and I'm hardly blameless, I listen to the heckling and the insults that fly around the House, particularly during QP, and I ask myself, is this how we want to be remembered? Is this the legacy we would like to leave behind once our time here comes to an end? And I've concluded that for me, the answer to those questions is a resounding no. Reject me if you must, but should I be given the honor of being elected to the chair, I would strive with all my might to bring dignity to our debates. La dignité est en principe.
Dignity is a principle that is very close to my heart. No one in this House, parliamentary or otherwise, should have their humanity violated. A simple thank you to the pages who bring us a glass of water or a lectern, a respectful awareness of the monumental work done by the interpreters, a recognition of the delicacy of the task that falls to the officers of the table, and an acceptance that despite our differences, we are all here with one goal, namely to make good laws. But joy is also a principle to which I attach enormous importance. The joy of music is a source of wonder. I dream of creating a parliamentary choir, an ambition I have had since I learned that several European parliaments have one, and that they visit each other.
In this place, I've heard people, journalists, staff, sometimes new members, suggest that some of the traditions and rituals we observe here are silly, arcane, or outdated. I tend to disagree. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to create new rituals that in turn will become traditions. This is the People's House, and we are only temporary occupants and guardians of it. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
J'invite maintenant le dernier.
I now call on the last speaker, Mr. Anthony Rhoda, the honourable member for Nipissing-Timiskaming, to address the House for not more than 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Doyen.
Thank you very much, Dean. It's an honour to be here.
Bonjour. If you're coming into this chamber for the first time, welcome. Si vous êtes...
And if you are amongst those who are returning to this chamber, welcome back.
All of you, congratulations on earning the confidence of your constituents. I was first elected as a member in 2004. Yet, after all this time, I am still in awe of this place and immensely honored to represent the people of Nipissing-Timiskaming and to work with each and every one of you from all sides of the political spectrum. Depuis ma toute...
Since I was elected for the very first time, I've always been accessible and open to discussion with my colleagues, regardless of their political stripes. I intend to continue this collegial approach, regardless of the results of today's vote. And if you choose once again to place your confidence in me by re-electing me as Speaker, I assure you that my door will always remain open to all.
Over the last few weeks, I've had the opportunity to speak with many of you. Thank you for taking the time to discuss what you believe is working in these halls, and especially how you believe we can improve the operations of Parliament. Every single member in this House has the right to voice his or her opinions and to be heard. Maintaining a balance between the right to express oneself while respecting the dignity of others is fundamental.
It would be difficult to explain all of my abilities in just the few minutes I have this afternoon, but for those who are returning to this chamber, you have seen me in operation over the past few years, and I'm confident that my performance as Speaker was strong, fair, and respectful.
During the 43rd Parliament, my primary focus was, unexpectedly, to ensure that the House of Commons remained operational and that parliamentary work continued amidst the challenges of the global pandemic. It was a massive technical undertaking which could honestly not have been achieved without all of us, staff and members, working together to making sure that it happened. And for that, I'm very grateful to everyone in this chamber. As presiding officer, it fell to me to provide guidance and support to members, as well as adapt to the unusual circumstances. I believe I was successful on both fronts. The terms that I heard when speaking to many of you described my performance as firm, respectful, effective, and above all else, fair. Je continuerai de rencontrer.
I will continue to meet regularly with House leaders, whips, and of course members of Parliament to ensure that our institution has harmonious parliamentary procedures based on cooperation and, above all, respect. Canada is a bilingual country, and it is essential for the Speaker of the House to be able to speak effortlessly in French and in English. Learning a language is very important, but the secret to understanding a people and to live its culture and to understanding what it is to understand what it is to live it daily.
We can continue to fine-tune the decorum process and overall operations in the House. There is always room for improvement. I have a great deal of respect for this institution and all its members, and believe that every one of us should take part in improving our procedure. Je me présente.
I am once again running as Speaker of the House of Commons, and I commit to working with each one of you.
Continue to work with all members, because I believe deeply that once a Speaker is elected, he or she is the Speaker for all members.
And on this important afternoon, I would ask you all respectfully to vote for me.
I respectfully ask for your vote on this important afternoon. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you.
J'ai remarqué que plusieurs.
I noticed that several speakers talked about new members. I know that there are many of them. And I'm sure that one of you will beat my record because you're starting. Well, I'd like to give you some advice in the form of an anecdote.
Je l'ai déjà dit.
When I was elected in 1984, as I said, there were no cell phones, no internet, no fax machines. It was a whole other world. A paradise.
Mais ce que nous avions.
But we were afraid of back then was to deal with the national media. And we very quickly realized that they were totally objective. So everything was fine. But you will have to face social media. And you can find a lot of nastiness, a lot of insults, harassment, and so on there. And that's not easy to deal with. In my riding, there was an old mayor who was very skillful at always getting into the middle of a confrontation. Anytime someone was questioned or harassed or insulted, he would be there. And one time, a lady asked him, "Mr. Mayor, aren't you tired of being insulted, harassed, and questioned all the time?" And he answered, "My dear woman, a good politician is a pillar. Sometimes a little dog will come along and take a little pee on the pillar and continue on his way. It doesn't hurt the pillar, but it hurts the dog a lot."
Alors, chers jeunes députés.
So, to my young colleagues, let us be pillars. Now, before we suspend the sitting...
The sitting for 30 minutes, may I bring the attention to honorable members that the bells call the members back at the House will be sound for not more than 5 minutes. La séance est suspendue.
The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair in 30 minutes.
Bonne réflexion. allez-vous, mon cher ami? Pursuant to the stand, the House will now proceed to elect a Speaker.
It's early to take the box.
The names of the eligible candidates for the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. After the clerk has opened the envelope containing the ballots, I will suggest a method of proceeding which will help to accelerate the voting process.
We are now prepared to begin the vote according to the provision of Standing Order 4. Please allow me to outline the procedure for the all honorable members. In order to vote, I will ask that members leave their desk, exit through the currents, and form to a line in the corridor behind the chair, where a table official will issue a ballot paper to each member. Members will then come to the table using the doors on the left and right side of the chair on their respective side of the House.
I understand that members are happy to see each other again, but health and safety guidelines must be followed. Accordingly, I wish to remind members to keep their masks on at all times and to practice social distancing. After casting their ballot, honorable members are asked to leave the voting area and to avoid gathering on the floor of the House. Members may return to their seats or leave the chamber waiting for the results of the vote.
For the election are listed on the ballot in alphabetical order. To vote, you must rank the candidates in the order of preference, placing the number 1 in the space next to your first choice candidate, the number 2 next to your second choice candidate, and ainsi de suite, until you have ranked all candidates for whom you wish to vote. Please note that it's not necessary to rank all candidates. Les députés peuvent maintenant...
The polling booths are now open to vote. Members can come forward.
members who have not voted and wish to do so, will they please vote now? Y a-t-il des
Are there any members who have not voted? If so, you must do so now.
All members having voted, I do now instruct the clerk to proceed with the counting of the ballot after I have cast my ballot. Avant de suspendre la séance,
Before suspending the sitting, may I bring the attention of honorable members that when the counting of the ballots has been completed, the bells to call the members back to the House will be sounded. The sitting is suspended to the call of the chair, when we will know the result of the vote.
the sitting is suspended. entre les mains le
I have in my hands the result of the vote.
It is my duty to inform the House that the Speaker of the House has been duly elected. It is with great pleasure that I do now invite, j'ai le devoir d'informer la
I have the duty to inform the House
qu'un président
that a Speaker of the House has been duly elected. And it is with great pleasure.
C'est merveilleux le bilinguisme.
Bilingualism is wonderful, isn't it?
I invite Mr. Rota. J'invite maintenant le trésorier.
I would now invite the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The honourable member of Nipissing, Temple, Kipling. Alors, c'est ça? C'est tout? Oui. Selon la tradition,
as per tradition, Mr. Rota will be very disappointed with this result and will resist the position, and he will be pulled in by the two leaders.
Pendant ce temps, je vous remercie. I say to you, thank you pour m'avoir facilité la.
Meanwhile, thank you for having facilitated the work.
Salut. Je vous cède la place.
Thank you. Merci. fine. I lost my breath on the way up here fighting to get not to stay back. Honorable député, je tiens.
Honorable members, I beg to return my humble acknowledgments to the House for the great honor you have been pleased to confer upon me by choosing me to be your Speaker once again.
That's the official part of the speech. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Now, Anthony wrote Andishnikas, Nipissing Temiskaming Donjiba. Miigwech. Thank you again for the confidence that you have placed in me as Speaker for a second term. I am very honored to be up here, both politically and personally. This is something that I know I will treasure for the rest of my life, and I guess one of the good things about being Speaker is I probably upset both sides equally, so I appreciate you working this out. J'aimerais aussi remercier le doyen de la Chambre.
I'd also like to thank the Dean of the House, the Honorable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel, who seems to have really enjoyed being in this chair, and he did an incredible job. Just as on the two previous occasions that I was here, I was very pleased to see you here. And I was very pleased with the announcement because I think it was a great choice.
The other members who let their names stand. The Honorable, comme vous le savez, ce n'est pas toujours facile de poser.
As you know, it can be difficult to place your name on a ballot for a vote. And to have the courage to do so is remarkable. Wanting to make a difference. As you all know, you've all been through an election where we placed our name on the ballot, and that's not always easy. Very often, we may believe that we are the best candidate, but not everyone may agree. And so I'd like to thank the Honorable Member for Port-Neuf, Jacques Cartier, who placed his name on the ballot and ran.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. L'Honorable Député de Nova.
The Honorable Member for Nova West.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. L'Honorable Député de Brossard.
The Honorable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Thank you for expressing your interest in this position and showing that you care about how business is done in the Chamber and on the Hill. And I really want to thank a group that often gets overlooked. The staff and the clerks. They worked hard to make sure that we could be here today and make sure that we did it in an orderly and safe manner. Merci à vous tous de m'avoir accordé la confiance pour que je puisse vous servir.
Thank you so much for placing your trust in me, that I may serve you in this 44th Parliament. I promise that I will be fair and respectful.
Et encore, merci.
And once again, thank you to the clerks and Hill staff who have worked hard to ensure that we can be here today. Go ahead, let's give them a round of applause.
Next week.
I would like to remind us that in this very house, Canadians may be watching us. They can choose to watch us on TV, listen to us in the news, or watch us from their computers. I would like to revisit the refrain from one of my favorite songs, Paul Pichet's song L'Escalier.
Je vois que le Bloc est très content de que je...
I see that the Bloc was happy with this choice, as well as the Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. There's one particular line there which I actually put up on the wall in my office. I'm not going to sing it because I don't want everyone to leave the house, leave the chamber. Kids are not so bad. Sometimes they misbehave. Sometimes they spit or lie or steal. Ultimately, they do everything that we teach them. When I am here in the House as an MP or as Speaker, I often think of that verse of the song. And I would invite you to think about that too, because sometimes children watch us here in the House. And we want to teach them how to do things right as Canadians.
I also thank all the members who took the time to speak with me over the last few weeks. Now, I've learned to punch in everybody's phone number, and I just want to thank all of you who took the time to call me back. And I got to know many of you, and I encourage you to reach out to members, not only in your own party, but in other parties, because you'd be surprised what you find out about each other. And we do have a lot in common, even if we're on different sides of the floor. Sometimes when they're on the same side of the floor, we have differences, but doesn't mean we can't be friends and we can't work together. I found out something that was very interesting, that kind of came as a surprise. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou and I have common roots. We're not definitely related, but our ancestors, his parents and my grandparents, come from the same little town in the mountains of southern Italy. So I just want to say to everyone here and the folks back in the old country, allora voglio dire che I cittadini del comune di Pietrafitta, nella provincia di Cosenza, sono ben rappresentati nell'aula del Parlamento canadese. Vi salutiamo tutti. Et une des personnes qui est très importante pour moi.
Someone who's extremely important for me, and I know that it's the same way for everyone here who is partnered. Well, someone who's extremely important to me is my partner. I see her here. She's always there.
Les conjoints et les conjointes doivent...
People's MPs, partners, and spouses have experiences that most people don't, but they always support us. They are here for us. And we are deeply grateful to them. I'd like to thank all of you. And Chantal, on my personal behalf, thank you.
know both the leader of the government and the opposition feel very strongly about his children. So I just want to reach out to my daughter who's studying on the other side of the pond. And she can't be here today, but I know she's watching on CPAC. So Samantha, I love you dearly. Now, you know, there's a lot of benefits to being Speaker, but there's also some things that I cannot do as Speaker during a regular session. Like one example is I can't do an SO31 and recognize special people in the riding. Now, if I could do an SO31, what I would do is thank constituents who elected me in September. And I mean, I'm very, very, very honored that they would choose me to represent them here in the House. So to the people of Nipissing, Temiskaming, I would, if I could do an SO31, Tell them. Thank you. And then, I would continue to thank all the volunteers who helped. And they were being there on a regular basis and showing up every day and helping out. So if I could do an SO 31, that's what I would say. Thank you to all the volunteers. And you know, sometimes we get to this place and we look back and we wonder, how did we get here? And I remember back in 2004, trying to get in as a candidate. I have this history of having more than one person. Like some of these people get on by acclamation. I kind of look to them and think, wow, that'd be great. I had 4 the first time. And what I would do in an SO 31 is point out 3 people who have been there with me right from the beginning on my nomination. Peter and Barb have been there, and they were great organizers, and they've done an amazing job. And one of the elder statesmen, as I call him, he's in his 80s right now in North Bay. I know he's watching, so he's gonna love this. Garth, I love you, and thank you very much for everything you've done. Without the 3 of you working together and the whole team coming together, I'm not sure I would have got the nomination on my own, and I'm not sure who would be up here giving this speech right now. But I want to just say thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. And so like I said, as a speaker, I won't be able to do SO 31s, and I wouldn't be able to deliver these messages. But I want to remind the House as well is there's one rule in the House: you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly. So I just want to make sure that we'll be enforcing that in the coming months. I was told my minute's up, so you know what? I'm glad somebody's watching the timer. Now that we have a speaker, maintenant que nous avons un président, c'est le temps de...
Now that we have a speaker, it's time to get back to work.
So once again, thank you. Miigwech. Merci à vous tous. Thank you.
Now the music. See the clock up there? That's where they keep it.
Now we'll go to the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, au nom du gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and all members in this House, congratulations on your re-election.
We have members who've served for decades and those who are starting their very first term. We have women and men representing every part of this country and every community that makes it strong. They have once again chosen you to help guide our shared work. Congratulations. I also want to take a moment to recognize all of our colleagues who ran for this position. Thank you for your dedication to this institution and to our democracy. À un titre personnel, aujourd'hui,
on a personal note, today is the 5th time that I have the honor of taking my seat in this House at the beginning of a new parliament. I would like to take this opportunity, since I can also nominate SO 31s, I'd like to thank the constituents in Papineau who once again elected me. I will always work hard to represent them and defend their interests.
For more than a dozen years, I've had the privilege of serving as a member of this House. We've come together in times of tragedy and celebrated in times of joy. We've stepped forward on the path of reconciliation. We've fought through a pandemic. that engulfed our world. Pendant qu'on fait notre travail, comme vous le savez très bien,
As we do our work in this House, as you know, sometimes the debate may become somewhat more intense. Mr. Speaker, we elected you to help us show civility during our debates. And we elected you so that you can remind us that we are all here for the same reason: to serve Canadians. That is more important than ever.
Canadians chose a parliament that would work together to get big things done, to put this pandemic behind us and build a resilient economy and good middle-class jobs, to fight climate change, to continue walking the road of reconciliation. It is no small thing to build a better, stronger future, so there will be moments where we will get caught up in heated debate. But when that happens, we will have you, Mr. Speaker, to guide us back on track. This is a historic moment of change and opportunity for our country. Mr. Speaker, I know you will help us rise to meet it. Merci, mon ami. Félicitations encore.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci beaucoup. Félicitations, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
A sign of confidence of your colleagues on all sides of this chamber, and congratulations as well on another election to represent your home community, the members and the citizens of Nipissing-Temiskaming. Félicitations encore pour votre travail.
Congratulations again for your hard work in your writing.
You represent the will of this chamber, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the will of the people. This is the people's house, and too often, whether in Northern Ontario or whether from one ocean to the other, they often feel left out of these debates. And you've been able to preside through a difficult time of our pandemic, making sure our democracy, the light of our democracy, did not flicker during this time. C'était une année difficile pour notre Parlement.
This has been a difficult year for our Parliament, for everyone here, and I greatly appreciate all your hard work during the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it wonderful to see a full chamber of the House of Commons again? Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd be lying if I didn't say I was hoping for a few more seats on this side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker. But we're all so, well, and be on that side, to be honest, Mr. Speaker.
To be on that side.
But I want you, Mr. Speaker, to continue your work standing up for our democracy, not just to make sure we could participate in debates during the pandemic, but that the will of Parliament was defended in court in Canada, Mr. Speaker. C'était un exemple de votre leadership.
It was an example of your leadership and your loyalty to the House of Commons, and I greatly appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Despite everything that happened in the previous Parliament, I hope that there will be a more open and transparent Parliament this time.
And I will say this, in a full House of Commons today, Mr. Speaker, to the start of the 44th Parliament, with you returning as Speaker, we all, on all sides of this chamber, owe it to all communities, all sectors, all Canadians to make sure their voice is heard in this chamber. Whether it's families in Abbotsford right now worrying about their future, worrying about the rebuilding of that beautiful province, whether it's new Afghan interpreters being welcomed into communities after the efforts of veterans and nonprofits across this country, whether it's small business owners worried about the future. We as a Parliament, on all sides, regardless of political stripe, regardless of where we come from to be here in Ottawa,
Every Canadian deserves a voice in this chamber. Chaque Canadien.
Every Canadian deserves a voice in this chamber, in the House of Commons. As leader of the official opposition, on behalf of all members of my party, I hope that we will have respectful debates, but productive ones.
The Conservative opposition, Mr. Speaker, I wish you well and ask you to continue your resolute defense of our parliamentary democracy. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
il est dans l'ordre des choses.
I extend to you sincere congratulations from all members of the Bloc Québécois. This election shows that people have voted for you for a second term. This is a testament to the House's satisfaction with the work you carried out during your first term. Congratulations.
Pour la référence à Monsieur Pichet.
I also congratulate you. I thank you for mentioning Mr. Pichet.
Moi, depuis que nous...
It's been 5 months since we last met in this House. We wonder whether it was necessary to wait 5 months. There are questions about that. Over these months, Quebec has gone through a lot. There have been major changes. I would like to take this occasion to thank all the voters of my riding of Belleuil-Chambly. I'd also like to thank all voters in all Bloc Québécois ridings who are here as they were 5 months ago. I would also like to welcome the member for Mirabel, the member for Trois-Rivières, and the member for Terrebonne. They are Bloc members in the House for the first time.
Je m'inquiète un peu, monsieur.
I'm concerned about something, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you'll understand. We are compassionate people, and it seems that there are some elected officials in some parties which maybe the parties are in fragile positions, and we must ensure that everyone here is doubly vaccinated, except if they have a valid medical exemption. Mr. Speaker, it is with all my goodwill that I commit to working with you. All members of the Bloc Québécois will work with you and with this House, as well as the whip and our leader, in order for this House to serve the best interests of each and every single Quebecer. We will work together while following rules and while respecting all colleagues. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, our warmest congratulations. Congratulations. And we will be friends and colleagues.
Merci. The Honourable.
Thank you.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge first that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territories of the Algonquin Nation. And I also want to take a moment, as Remembrance Day has just passed, to acknowledge the veterans and thank them for the democracy and freedom that we are able to exercise today. Je veux d'abord remercier.
First, I thank you for all of your work as Speaker during the previous legislature. And as the Bloc leader said, the fact that you have been re-elected demonstrates that you have the trust and confidence of this House. Congratulations.
I am also really honored to be in this chamber again, and I hope that it's not lost on the returning members the incredible honor that it is to be in this room, to be in this chamber, to represent the people of your constituents. So welcome back, And congratulations to the returning members, not the old members, but the returning members. And congratulations to the newly elected members. I would also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge our new members who really represent a really special part of our movement and our party. I just want to acknowledge the member for Nunavut. I want to recognize the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith and the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, as well as the member for Edmonton Griesbach, newly elected members. I want to congratulate all the candidates that put their name forward, and thank you for doing such a thing, which is, of course, difficult to do. But I want to take a moment to particularly acknowledge the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and I look forward to her returning to her duties as Assistant Deputy Speaker. Mais maintenant, avec une...
Now, this House has a Speaker, and we want to get back to work. We have a lot to do, a lot of work to do. There are many crises striking across the country. The climate crisis, housing crisis. We must act.
Returning Speaker, that we can get back to work on the things that Canadians need us to work on. The climate crisis is hitting hard, and we've seen the impacts throughout this year, but particularly right now in BC. In my province, we are seeing a devastating impact of this climate crisis, and my heart goes out to the particular communities that are hardest hit, but we know we need to act. And so I call on everyone in this House to come together to find solutions, to reduce emissions, create good jobs, and to invest in the infrastructure that communities that are hard hit by climate crises, by extreme weather, that's becoming more and more common. We need to make sure they have the infrastructure to be more resilient and to prevent the disasters that we've seen from happening again. We also want to make sure that people who are struggling get the help they need, and there are certain clawbacks that they're facing right now which makes their life worse off than before the pandemic. That cannot be allowed to continue. Comme on a toujours dit, on est...
As we have always said, we are ready to work together. We are open to finding ways to work together. But one thing is clear for us. We will always stand up to fight for people, to help them, to make their lives better, and that's exactly what we will do. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Oh, yes, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for...
Louis Saint Laurent.
It's been 5 months, I'm sorry. Louis Saint Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, cette période...
Mr. Speaker, only leaders of recognized parties should speak right now, and the member is not a recognized a member of a party, of a recognized party, the leader of a recognized party.
C'est un bon point.
This is a good point.
On s'en occupe.
We will be sure to look into this. Normally, based on party standings, and usually after an election, we do grant permission for this, but if there is a question, then there must be unanimous consent so that the member for Kitchener can speak. Is there unanimous consent?
Nous avons pas le consentement.
There does not seem to be unanimous consent. Sorry.
J'ai l'honneur d'informer.
I have the honor to inform the House that I have received the following message.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Their Excellencies the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Grant Fraser will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 12:15 p.m. on Tuesday, the 23rd day of November 2021. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, Her Excellency the Governor-General will proceed to the chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 44th Parliament of Canada. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Their Excellencies the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Grant Fraser will arrive at the Senate of Canada building at 12:15 p.m. on Tuesday, the 23rd day of November 2021. When it has been indicated that all is in readiness, Her Excellency the Governor-General will proceed to the Chamber of the Senate to formally open the first session of the 44th Parliament of Canada. Yours sincerely, Ian McCowan.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 12:15 p.m., at which time the House will proceed to the Senate, where Her Excellency will open the first session of the 44th Parliament.